appearances are more or less the same as the last time we sat. Unless there's someone who wants to place themselves on record.
As a court pleases, I don't think we have been formally placed on the record due to the fact that we did not have financing previously. I can confirm now that we appear on behalf of Aaron from the West Station, MMW from SLC from Victoria Bar, and my team, Mr. Fisher, is also present. We are now in a position that we can proceed as funding has been arranged. So I would just like to place it for
Thank you very much.
I would just like to place formally on record that Senior Counsel Mugatobi was not able to be here given his interview roles at the JSC. So for today and tomorrow. Thank you.
I'm sorry about that. You must know that I'm quite aged. Just remind me what your name is.
Butelezi.
Butelezi. I wanted to say Mtem Butelezi. Okay.
Thank you.
Can I then hand over to you, Ms. Butelezi?
Thank you, my lady.
To read the next witness.
We'd like to call the next witness, Mr. Mbulelo Guniwe.
Excuse me. Okay, thank you. When you are ready, can you give us your full names, please?
My name is Mbulelo Terence Koniwe.
Mr. Koniwe, do you have any objection to taking the oath?
No.
Okay. Do you consider the oath as binding to your conscience?
Yes.
All right. Please raise your right hand and swear that the evidence you're about to give will be nothing else but the truth.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Yes, Ms. Butelezi.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Mbulelo, feel free to sit down as whenever you would like to. There's no need for you to remain standing, but you're also welcome to stand.
Thank you.
So before we begin, I would just like to hand up the statement of Mr. Mbulelo Goniwe.
Thank you.
It will be marked volume J. In volume J, you will find the statement of both Mr. Goniwe, marked as J1, and you will also find the statement of Minister Holomisa, marked as J2. That would appear behind the folder. So there should be a folder. Behind that would be Minister Holomisa's statement, who is scheduled to appear before this inquest tomorrow.
And then the rest of the contents of the file?
Oh, behind each statement are the annexures.
All right.
And yeah, those would also fall under J1, Exhibit J1, but they're individually indexed and referred to in the statement.
Thank you, Ms. Butelezi.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Mbulelo, before we start, can you confirm that the statement before you and the one that I've just handed up to the court, dated 6th October 2025, is your statement?
That's correct.
Thank you. So, let's start with your date of birth and your occupation.
I was born in 1958, October on the 25th. I'm a retired professional revolutionary residing at number 100 Cable Street in Cradock.
Thank you. So, you've just mentioned that, or described that you are a professional revolutionary. Could you please explain to the court?
Retired. I think we said so also.
Yes, retired, but I wanted to focus on the professional revolutionary. And please could you explain to the court what you mean by that?
To my understanding, that defines someone's full-time operational on matters of the revolution.
In paragraphs 4 to 10 of your statement, titled Overview, you set out the reasons for your being here today. Did you participate in the previous 2 inquests relating to the deaths of the Cradock boy?
No, no, my lady.
Why not?
Because at that stage, my younger mother, Nyami Koniwe, was still alive, and she was the one who was representing the family.
So, will this be the first time in 40 odd years after the death of the Cradock 4 that your evidence will be heard?
That's correct, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Mbulelo. Now, in canvassing the reasons why you're here today, could you please explain to the court your relationship with Mr. Matthew Koniwe?
Matthew Koniwe is the younger brother of my father. In our culture, it's called Tatumzini, which means a younger father. And we grew in the same homestead and were very close and were also active for a very long period together.
Thank you, Mr. Koniwe. So, in paragraph 6 of your statement, you refer to the structures you helped build and the principles that guided you. You refer to the violent response you faced from the apartheid state. Without going into the detail we will cover later, can you explain how those structures and principles made you and your colleagues visible to the state security, and what that visibility meant in practice?
My lady, prior to the formation of Cradoya and Cradora, there was a kind of a lull in our political activism in the context of Cradock. And that situation changed with the death of one of the stalwarts of the ANC, Canon James Asakalata. In context, by the time he died, he had aged, and there was some kind of leadership vacuum. In my recollection, the handover of the leadership baton took place during that process of the death of Canon Kalata. That's when we resolved then to not let his memory die with him. It's when then Matthew emerged as an undisputed leader of the community, transforming a situation whereby in all spheres of societal life in the community, there was dominance by agents, apologists of the system, starting from the churches to the sports clubs, overall social dominance. When Matthew led us to start Cradora and Cradoya, that scenario changed overnight. We built very solid, disciplined, and active, reliable structures to organize our community, to deal with the challenges that the community faced on a daily basis. There was a rallying point of a new township that was built, that was named after Kalata, where they introduced a sliding scale rental kind of system, which amounted to the African people resident in Cradock being expected to pay exorbitant rentals that in comparison were even more than what the other communities were paying. So it is that context that we built these durable structures that were the admiration of many people in many towns that emulated us. In essence, we took over our affairs and ran them ourselves. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Now, still staying out of the detail, can you confirm whether you have had sight of any official records or authorizations reflecting that attention that you speak to in paragraph 6 of your statement? Feel free to follow with me on paragraph 6 as I go through.
Apart from the warnings by people that were close to government and our own observations of surveillance activities, harassment, harassment of young people on a daily basis, we didn't have sight of any official document to that effect. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. The question, in fact, related to post-that. In giving your statement to this inquest, the question was, have you had sight of any authorizations or official records that confirm the attention that yourselves and the structures called from the state security?
I did see a few of them, starting from the signal that actually ordered our elimination. I've seen some of the records of the security branch that were detailing the tapping of the phones. I've seen some records of the security where...
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Now, paragraph 9, you state that the reference to permanent removal was an expression of an intention that you should be murdered, and that Judge Zietsman ruled that the reference meant killing. Now, when you later read Judge Zietsman ruling on what permanent removal meant, did it align with your understanding you already had from your own experience?
It did align, because if I recall well, we saw this in a paper that was called the New Nation, and it spoke about the permanent removal and cited those names. To us, that meant nothing else but a permanent elimination, and the proceedings of the inquest thereafter confirmed that understanding we had.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Goniwe. My lady, the ruling of Judge Zietsman is attached to the statement of Mr. Goniwe, and it appears at page 64 of your bundle, marked MTG1. Now, I am told that there's an... Okay, is it the one that's here? Okay, we'll speak to it. All right, I'll proceed. So, all right, so Mr. Goniwe, you have told us when you were born. Can you tell us where you were born, where you were raised, and how you came to live in Lingelihle? We're now continuing from paragraph 11 of your statement.
Yes, I was born in what is referred as the old location, area that was called number 4, and number 4 was at Makubeni in Lingelihle. We then were moved through the Group Areas Act to a far smaller house in Lingelishe, number 43, Vabaza, moving from an 8-bedroomed house, were crammed into a 4-roomed house. There, the entire family lived together. The mother of Matthew, his brothers and their wives, and their children were all crammed into this tiny house. We lived freely as a family, interacted on a kind of a daily basis, sharing every little that was there, eating from the same dish, using one spoon. Yet Mercy was a bit older than us. So with time, because of that cramped situation, the family collectively galvanized resources to build a far bigger house. And at the helm of that program was their elder brother, referred to somewhere in my statement, Alexander Goniwe, who had become the father figure of the family. So they built this house where we took the judge to, number 44 Trina Street, which is the Goniwe homestead.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Now, could you please take the court through your schooling history and when you began living with Matthew Goniwe? We're around paragraph 16. Okay.
We started school at St. James Primary School, which was a church school of the Anglican. And with the forced removals, we had to relocate to far inferior schools that were built in Lingelishe. And at the center of that disintegration, I would like to add that it was a clear and deliberate attempt to dislodge the institutional history and role of Canon Kalada, who I regard as an astute community builder whose aim it was of the state to erase his memory. Because that school, when we arrived there, it was then renamed Masembe Junior Primary School. That is 1966. I proceeded further to a portion of that same school which was given a different name, which was called Nguba Senior Secondary School. Then, when I passed Standard 6 in 1973, Matthew had lived a town and was teaching in Transkei. So myself and my elder sister, Nalutando Margaret Goniwe, were at the invitation of Matthew, called to go and stay with him. That's where we studied, staying together in that house, and he being a father figure and also responsible for our daily expenses and maintenance.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. So I see you've touched a little on the personal relationship you had with Mr. Matthew Goniwe. I wanted to know if there was anything more you wanted to add. We're now at paragraphs 18 and 19 of your statement. This is regarding your personal relationship, yeah.
So I would state that it was especially significant. He was not only my uncle, as it is commonly reported. I stated that he was the same status as my father, as he was his junior. Therefore, it would be his obligation if, for example, my father would have died before I got circumcised, that would be his obligation, family obligation, to look after the siblings of his brothers. So he was more than an uncle, as it is commonly reported in English media. See, it's a role that he embraced fully. He remained a role model that all of us, and most of us, wanted to be like him. And even in the critical moments in my life, when I was about to be circumcised, I had to pay him a visit while he was in prison to talk to him about this, and he gave us counsel through me and to others that we're going to go through that ritual. I want to state that we went to him in prison while he was serving a 4-year sentence in Wellington prison in Amtata. And the person who then provided that transport for us, together with his wife, late wife, may her soul rest in peace, was none other than Sicelo Mhlauli. And his wife, who's present here, was also part of that trip. So, in that, in essence, Matthew meant a lot to me. Let me put it that way.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Now, can you describe to the court the circumstances under which you began living closely with Sicelo Mhlauli? We're at around paragraph 20.
Yes. It starts with 1976, when he was arrested and convicted of the Suppression of Communism Act. We could not afford to study further. So there was an enforced break, 1977, 1978. In one of those trips that we went to see him, he appealed to Sicelo Mhlauli to then ensure, together with his wife, that I went back to school. So that took me to Dimbaza, Kuyasa High School, with the assistance of Sicelo, that I got the opportunity to be a student there, and that's where we were very close. Couldn't spend 2 days without seeing each other. Would sit at his home, listening to Radio Freedom, and in that process, he formally recruited me to be a member of the African National Congress.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Now, for completeness, could you please take the court through your further studies and qualifications from paragraph 22?
Yes, when I was a member of parliament, I studied through a program through a university I started at Tamelin before we went to parliament, studied public relations and events management. Then acquired a Bachelor of Arts through the University of London between 1995 and 1997. In 1998, I obtained a master's degree in philosophy. In 2017, enrolled at Emmanuel University, earning a PhD in philosophy in 2019. 2020, I was awarded honorary associate professorship by Basridge International University. Those are my qualifications.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. So the next topic you deal with, and I think you touched on it briefly, but I guess we'll delve into some detail, are, or rather is the origins and the structure of Cradock. Now, this theme you'll find from paragraphs 28 to 38. Can you please talk through these paragraphs? Could you please take the court through these paragraphs and why they are significant? These are,
So for the record, just state what Cradock stands for.
yeah, Cradock. So at paragraph 26, we're dealing with Cradock. So could you please state for the record what it stands for?
It starts with what I would term my political activism that was fueled by a significant event that happened in our times. That is the liberation of Mozambique in 1975. Also arising from the 1976 students' uprisings. We had what is called in history now the Cradock uprising in 1977. So as I mentioned earlier, shortly after the burial of Canon Asa Kalata, something needed to be done, and it is then that Matthew was ordained to play a leading role. Out of that process, we established, after a comprehensive consultative process where we went door to door to sectors and sectors to say, now that this stalwart Kalata has departed amongst our shores, what needed to be done? So the idea of setting up a residents association emerged out of that process. It is then that we set up in 1983 the Cradock Residents Association, abbreviated as Cradora. Shortly after that mass, we set up the youth wing of that, and we called it the Cradock Youth Association, which is then Cradoya in short. So I've referred to the rallying point, which is the introduction of that rental system. That was a sliding scale based on the earning of the people. As I said, the effect of that system was that Africans were required to pay highest rental levies compared to whites. The civil mobilization that emerged in Cradock was firmly rooted on that point, and mostly in Lingelise. So it goes back to that, the groundwork of Cradora and Cradoya began during the funeral of an elder when a symbolic leadership transition occurred. That's the moment in my recollection that unified us and the community-led movement gained real traction.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Mr. Goniwe, the next question is, what was your role in Cradock? And what was Matthew's role in Cradock?
In the initial phase, Matthew was elected as the president of Cradock. He was deputized by Gladwell Makaula. The secretary was a certain Mr. Nkashe. Ms. Puta was the deputy secretary, and Fort Kalata was the treasurer. I was the organizer. At the same time, Cradoya was started. Initially, it was led by people who were professionals. It was a kind of, in our view, a moribund kind of institution that was not militant, focusing on cultural issues like choral music, etc. We changed that executive. Then we installed Fort Kalata to give it more militancy as the president. His deputy was Tutuzeli Ndombela. Then the secretary of Cradock was Mopo Mene. His deputy was Nomsa France. And there again, I was entrusted with the role of being organizer.
Mr. Goniwe, at paragraph 30 of your statement, you also speak of Sparrow Mkonto's role in the organization. Can you explain his role to the court, please?
At a later stage, we identified the gap that we needed a chairperson. Besides the presidents, we need someone who would be the custodian of the resolutions we take and to ensure their implementation. And that role is a role that was carved for Sparrow Mkonto. Up to the time of his death, he was the chairperson of Cradock. A huge responsibility in this that later I refer to other formations that we set up. So what gave us momentum was that Cradock was constituted of a number of sectoral formations, and there was operated in what we called the joint forum, where all of these structures would meet, and Sparrow was the chairperson who would then preside over those meetings, which is quite a significant role. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Now, at paragraph 31, you speak of Cradock and Cradoya's alignment and affiliation with the UDF. Can you take the court through those details or the significance and the reasons for their alignment and affiliation with the UDF?
Yes, flowing from that historic day on the 20th of August, 1983, formation of the UDF, as per command of O.R. Tambo, that the time was ripe for the formation of a united front. Flowing from there, 20th August 1983, on the 3rd of December, there was a clarion call for us to meet here in Port Elizabeth to establish the Provincial United Democratic Front. It was established. Fazi, I remember, and Ngoi were elected as presidents, and other people were Derek Swartz, the one who gave evidence. Professor Swartz was elected as the secretary. So that would then be an act, deliberate act, of us of consolidating and maximizing our resources and impact in promoting the struggle.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Now, in the same paragraph, still in paragraph 31, you speak of liberated zones and community-based system of self-governance and how they were linked to Oliver Tambo's statement, render South Africa ungovernable and make apartheid unworkable. Can you speak to the significance of that in the relationship?
It was a direct response to that call, because my lady, at that time, at 7 o'clock, when the Radio Freedom comes to waves, it was almost a ritual in Cradock that young people would be listening to every word that Tambo uttered, the President Tambo uttered. So in one of those famous speeches of his, he made this call that we must render apartheid unworkable, and that is before the tricameral system was actually introduced. So in order to give effect to this, which was the core of my functions, operations, we started to feel that let us have alternative structures that would actually coordinate the affairs. So one meeting of Cradock resolved that the organizing department, which I headed, had to study the M plan to design some kind of structural arrangements under semi-legal kind of conditions. That's where when we tabled our report, it was adopted by the Cradock joint meeting as the G plan, referring to the Goniwe plan. Then liberated in the sense that though we didn't own the means of production and have taxes and that kind of stuff, but what we could take over, we took over. What was very significant during those days, when you went through Cradock, you would find the magistrate, the interpreter, and the prosecutor, they were basking in the sun because there were no cases that were being reported to the courts and to the police. We had our own thing that we called Amabuto, law enforcers, people that would go around. If you stole something from the neighbors, in 30 minutes time or an hour, that would be recovered. So that particular area, in terms of running a safe, coherent community, that's where those structures actually excelled. They also constituted a very firm platform where political education was transmitted so that people became ideologically clear of what the struggle was about. Through those structures, we were able then to start our own preschool and also establish an advice office where the trouble that people were, paralegal issue solutions were being given. And for the record, it was the operation of that office was the responsibility of Gladwell Makaula.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe.
So just for clarity, these structures and organizations that you just made mention of, would they be the ones that you characterize in paragraph 32 of your statement as having become extensive, the political education programs having become extensive and sophisticated, or are there other?
Those structures indeed are referred to, because the other aspect of them was that at that point there was a school boycott that was going on, demanding the reinstatement of Matthew and Fort Kalata as teachers, and they were very, very handy in implementing those decisions. Also, during the times when we embarked on consumer boycotts and so on, those structures were there. And also they were the defense units of the community, because we got involved in curtailing the free movement of the police and the army. We did even have a campaign where we bought whistles, that once the enemy enters the terrain, there would be signals of whistles that people would become alert, and that people that were being sought after by the system could then... so those structures were the salt of our civic movement.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe.
Mr. Goniwe, are you able to briefly take the court through the Educare, the origin of the Educare Center and the purpose that it served? Or have you dealt with that already?
I did allude to it, but it was informed by the sharp mind of Matthew that the first time I heard of this term called early childhood development, that if we wanted to produce a sustainable community, we needed to invest knowledge and skills to the children. Then they would then be transformative in relation to what the essence of the community would become. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Now, Mr. Goniwe, at paragraph 34, you make mention of COSAS, and for the sake of the court, I will also ask you to explain what the acronym stands for. Can you describe COSAS's, can you describe it and its purpose?
COSAS was the formation, which is called the Congress of South African Students. It was the formation that actually united and unified the student movement at secondary and high school level. It was formed in 1979. So Matthew, at his arrival to teach there, allowed that kind of activity. Other principals actually fought against it, and they were scared of the security police. They would be harassed. But when Matthew became the principal of Semkali, allowed activities and actually assisted the activities of COSAS. That's where my daughter Jacobs emerged and became the president of COSAS, being transformed from this thing of the prefect system, which was designed to indoctrinate and make young people to be very, I forget the term that I would want to use to define that, to be docile and not to challenge authority. So COSAS was very rigorous and was clearly aligned to the liberation movement, using the Freedom Charter as one of its key documents. So that is what about. We also further organized the Cradock Workers Union, where many people also emerged to lead. I recall Potimose, I recall Pataki Dano, Tamiani, and others. They were in that formation. We also organized the Cradock Women's Organization, where one of our stalwarts, Nonyanga Sibanda, who was named the general, and Daisy Bonsi, Papise, and others began to lead. So it's those formations that also now were with the underpinning strength of our civic movement in Lingelihle. That also gave us a fertile ground to identify people that would be suitable to be recruited to the underground activities of the ANC. That collective strength did something that is very rare, where the community council that was installed without consultation with the community was persuaded non-violently to step down, all of them, which they did voluntarily. That was an achievement that really set Cradock aside, and the leadership skills of Matthew.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Just to complete, what were the sentiments around those community councils?
Well, we felt that they were an extension of apartheid. Those were toothless puppets who would never represent the genuine interests of the community. Were they there to perpetuate the programs, the divisive programs of apartheid, and never cared about what it really mattered in terms of the lives and the tribulations and the deprivation of the communities. There's a Yabas arrangement. To cite an example, if people came to...
No, no.
Please. Yes.
All right. Thank you.
The statement is quite detailed. Perhaps it would be helpful if you highlighted, you let the witness highlight mostly the role played by the Cradock. For, of course, that includes him as well, because he was part of the organization.
Correct.
As I say, the detail is quite extensive in the statement, so I don't think it will be necessary to go through each and every detail
one.
in the statement.
No.
Yes.
Thank you, my lady. So, all right. The next theme that we will be dealing with is titled Underground ANC Work and Mobilization. I guess we'll touch on just a few of these paragraphs. I'm going to direct the court to paragraph 40. That's the next one. What role did the civic structures that you assisted in creating play in the ANC mobilization and work?
As I said earlier, my lady, they provided us a firm foundation of political education, as well as to observe the talents and many other gifts that people had, and they linked to them. We could then also infiltrate others to leave the country. There would be also some basic military training, etc. That was based on what the response or the commitment people showed in the minimal tasks. Then they would be upgraded by being given more serious responsibilities. And that was to link our own effort to the national liberation, so that there would be a synergy of some sort, though we were not an underground structure, but we did relate in that special fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. At paragraph 41, you make reference of the arrest and detention of Matthew, Fort, and Madoda Jacobs in 1984 between 30 April and 9 October. Can you tell the court what the circumstances of those arrests and detentions were?
Yeah, here again, my lady, we were pre-warned. I remember at work I received a call from Molly Blackburn, just inquiring if I was all right. So when I knocked off from work, my routine was that I would go to visit Matthew to check if there was any tasks or give a report of what operations I was tasked to. So when I arrived at home, I was told that Matthew has been arrested. Then my sixth sense was to go underground, which is how I avoided arrest in 1977. But I was told on that spot that he had left an instruction that I should not run away. So I was picked up like a sitting duck. That is after he was arrested. When I arrived at the Sanlam building, that is the offices of the special branch That is where I got Fort. Fort was there already. Matthew them were not there. Then we were driven in a car to Johannesburg, handcuffed to the door panel on the handle. We were driven at night and arrived in Johannesburg at Deep Grove Prison, which was called Sun City. Then we were told there that we were being detained under Section 28.
So was that you and Mr. Kalai?
Mr. Ford and Kalata. I mean, Ford Kalata and myself.
Okay.
But my lady, I learned later that Matthew and my daughter Jacobs were actually locked up in Portsmouth Prison in Cape Town.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Do you have any views on why you were locked up in different areas?
And 24 hours a day, you'd only see the sunlight for 1 hour in what was called an exercise. I would get a glimpse of Fort pacing on the courtyard during his exercise hour. Then mine would then follow. But we managed to communicate in one way or another.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. So, the last sentence of paragraph 42, you say the scale of this work made us a target of heightened state surveillance and repression. Without going into too much detail, can you explain or contextualize this sentence insofar as your relationship and affiliation with the UDF, just to round it off for the court?
What transpired in Cradock, my lady, also provided a very firm foundation for us to expand the resistance to apartheid. We managed to reach all the surrounding towns around Cradock and further, and set up similar structures. And quite clearly, my lady, this was not received with favor by the then government. Resistance levels grew alarmingly, and clearly at the center of that was this organizing brilliance of Matthew, firmly supported by Ford, Sparrow, and many others, including myself. So to say, that then warranted this kind of surveillance, and now started to place Cradock as one of the key priorities if the mood of a revolution was to be stemmed in the country.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. In fact, at paragraph 45, you seem to describe it as, or rather these activities and structures as having alarmed the apartheid regime the most.
That's correct.
Now, all right, so I would like to take you to oh my God. Sorry, it's jammed. Oh, what's happening? Okay, there we go. I would like to take you to exhibit, or annexure rather, MTG2. You'll find it at page 147 of the bundle. Now, you refer to this document at paragraph 47 of your statement. Now, could you please read the title and author of the document?
It's 147 here.
Yeah, 147 of that bundle, yes.
I don't see the title. Oh, this, yeah, it is.
That's from the previous.
146, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've got mine electronically. I'm sorry. Sorry, it is 146. Sorry.
It reads the lessons learned from past revolutionary wars
All right.
by Brigadier C.A. Fraser, SM Commander. He written 12 combat group.
Thank you. Now, in paragraph 40, I think we're at 47, yeah. In paragraph 47 of your affidavit, you make reference to it, right? And you describe this document as a document that Judge Zietsman noted in the inquest as being a document that was shared with state security branch officials as a response to the then government's belief that there was a revolutionary onslaught against South Africa by terrorists. Now, without mentioning, in fact, I would like you to please read, okay, so you have done that, sorry. I would like you to please read out the last sentence on page 146 of that same bundle, the last sentence. It will carry us over into 147.
It reads as follows. The basic element of a revolutionary war is political infiltration through the weak spots of a state's social structure. Victory can be obtained by a government only by recapturing the support of the masses and by the complete destruction of that organization and the eradication of its influence upon the people.
Now, thank you, Mr. Gordnier. Without mentioning your name in this particular document that you've just read, would you say that this document that you have just read out to the court played a part in your treatment and that of the Cradock Four as insurgents and enemies of the state, as mentioned in paragraph 8 of your statement?
I would certainly say that because we would fall in that category. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Now we deal with the next section, or subheading, which is titled Surveillance, Infiltration, and Psychological Warfare. These span over paragraphs 48 to 75 of your statement. Are you there?
I'm there.
Great. So, at paragraph 49, you state that your home became a target of surveillance. Can you please take the court through your experience?
Yes. Here I may state, my lady, that it doesn't start here. Years before this, when the elder brother of Matthew left the country in 1961 to join Umkondo Wesizwe, our home was constantly visited. In small hours, as young children, we used to be woken up rudely and we couldn't understand what was going on. Even when we moved to the new residential area, the vehicles of the special branch would go past at a very slow pace, clearly observing what was going on inside. I may also state, my lady, that this did not happen solely to the Goniwe family. It was a routine thing that took place to most of the houses, particularly of people that were Robben Island prisoners, were no more in Cradock, and other houses of people who left the country. During that particular, it was a particular moment of the operations of Cradora. It did increase almost on a daily basis. There would be cars that passed by, there would be Caspers, there would be police not only in that homestead, even all of these activists, main targets in that whole scenario being Matthew and Ford. So that actually raised our own security awareness and to observe patterns, and that being led by someone who was very, very keen on detail and observing patterns. It is in that time that we saw we're being daily monitored through binoculars from the hill at Bersig, where I took the court, because we also got a set of binoculars and started to really see what was happening. And that was also confirmed by people who worked in the gardens as domestic workers, etc. That there were these cars of security police pointing at that direction. And to them also, it signaled one thing, that the Konwe family house was under constant surveillance. And other symptoms that took place, you would hear very funny noises when you picked up the phone. And someone advises that once you hear that, drop the phone quickly and pick it up again. The roll of a tape would be audible on the handset of the phone. Then the other systematic test that we did was the loudhailer test, where you switch on a loudhailer loudly, and once it sends back a screeching back sound, then that confirmed that there was a listening device in the neighborhood, and that made us to observe. Then we discovered a device that we referred to the Black Sash here in PE, and they confirmed that it was a listening device. In fact, there was a policeman, security operative, who disguised himself as a post office worker. So he was busy installing there something. And Matthew said that this can't be a post office worker. His complexion defies him. He's an office worker, this person. Mbu, let us be careful, something is happening here. So he came there with a letter and installed this thing, fixing the phone or something like that. I suspect that is the time when they actually planted that listening device at the house. So, and the other symptom was that when we spoke about something, I recall in some December 1984, Trevor Manuel was going to pass by there. They spoke about times, estimations, etc. And right at that time, when Trevor arrived, there were police in the vicinity. So that is the context that I can state, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe.
Which period did this occur? All these, what you had observed?
I say this is 1984. 1984, my lady.
Thank you.
So just to take that a little further, in paragraph 49, your second sentence says, I remember the moment we first confirmed that our telephone was bugged during 1985. Now, you've already described the circumstances of how you came about to know that your phone was bugged, or suspect that your phone, or no, confirmed that the telephone was bugged. I just want to pause briefly. Let's go to paragraph 71 of your statement, and please read out the last sentence of paragraph 71 of your statement.
The extent of official involvement in the surveillance of Matthew is revealed in the affidavit of Major Eric Suspect Venter, dated 28 June 1988, a senior officer in the Cradock Security Branch. He confirmed under oath that the interception of Matthew's telephone communications was authorized by the Minister of Law and Order in terms of Section 118A of the Post Office Act 44 of 1958. The authorization granted under reference number HH11/2241/83 covered the period from 8 June 1985 to 7 December 1985.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Now, my lady, that particular affidavit is contained in the A exhibit file, marked as Exhibit A27. I just want to confirm with my colleague that that reference is correct. Volume A, Exhibit File A, A27. Or can you please check for me if it's changed? A27, Volume A. Thank you, my lady, but it was already contained in the existing. No, it is not part of this bundle. Thank you. We return to paragraph 50. My lady, I have been asked by my learned colleague whether this would be a suitable time for tea time or if you would like to proceed.
If everyone is okay with us going ahead, because we started late, I won't mind sitting through, unless people need a break.
Mr. Goniwe, how do you
I
need a
would like a break.
Okay,
I'm
can we adjourn? It's now.
You know why?
Can we adjourn for 10 minutes?
thank
Got to adjourn for 10 minutes.
Why didn't you say?
Everyone needs a break.
Okay, just remember that you're still under oath, Mr. Goniwe.
Yes, my lady.
Yes, Ms. Buthelezi.
Thanks. Thank you, my lady. So, Mr. Goniwe, you have dealt with bits of how you realized that the telephone was bugged. And then you also spoke about a loud hailer and how you came about to realize that then there was a bug in the hall. Now, you say that those meeting spaces were no longer safe, and then you go on to speak about the kitchen cabinet. Now, just for clarity, because the bugging of telephones and a loud hailer, those refer to two different apparatuses and two different locations. Could you just clarify succinctly for the court what you mean by those and maybe deal with each issue separately? Thank you.
The loud hailer detection method, my lady, here was used in two separate locations. I was focusing at what transpired at the Goniwe home, and at another point we went to the community hall, where that experience actually informed us to even check the hall. Then we used that loud hailer, and we detected a hearing device, which we dismantled, and that also was confirmed as a listening device. We took the court to that hall called Lingelishe Hall, and that was also in preparation, as I've said there, for the 30th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, which was on the 26th of June 1985. It is a significant event, my lady, in that in the way we were being perceived, we now had hung our colors on the mast, because here we were celebrating an anniversary of a document that was actually banned by the South African government. It's then that we took those precautions to determine whether we were not being listened to. That's how we then discovered that there was a listening device at the hall. Those are the two separate incidences, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Now, just to give an example to the court, in paragraph 53, you say that the security branch had knowledge of plans in advance, including things only discussed in private spaces. Can you give an example of one such thing that was discussed in private spaces that the state security branch came to have knowledge of?
One such event was when we were called from a nearby town, Hofmeyer. The over-enthusiastic Amabuto there had actually were confronted with a situation where the traditional healer that they were using was actually also helping police, and they were very angry about it. So they did make a call to say that they were going to necklace. To necklace means to put a tie around the neck of the person and set it alight. So I was instructed to go and quickly defuse that, because it was clear on record, because the phone was tapped. But barely 20 kilometers away from Cradock, there was a roadblock. But strangely, they let us pass through. That searched the car, and we got to Hofmeyer, and we spoke to them, the sense of it, and that the fact that you've spoken about it on the phone will implicate a lot of people. Then we returned back. Coming back there was no roadblock. So it did say to me that they had prior knowledge, because even there, when we arrived, there was a lot of movement in, well, assumedly because there was something that they could then term as an unrest or a tense situation, but it did indicate to me. In some instances, when something was talked about over the phone, I remember the visit of Sipho Ashe, just a few. My lady, in our meetings, clearly there were people that were sent to gather information. And important institutions were used to perpetuate that. At one occasion, there's a young activist who was recruited by a minister of religion in one of the churches there to be an informer. So he came and confessed to Matthew that this was not sitting well with his soul, because this was a religious leader, but was recruiting him to work for the system. And
Is this something that you heard from Mr. Matthew Goniwe?
I heard about it, but I made a follow-up as the organizer. And he did confess that, and further gave information of someone else who the Minister of Religion had made an example about, to say, look how well dressed he is and so on. So he's already doing this kind of work. Then we approached that guy. His younger brother confirmed suspicious activities, and he later himself confessed that indeed he was a paid state agent, a state informer. So he would frequent our meetings and take a very prominent seat, and actually even pretend to be quite committed to the programs, and yet he was giving this information. At the occasion of the township siege, the closure, where a helicopter was hovering around above the skies, shouting anti-Matthew Goniwe statements and that kind of stuff, there was a vehicle with dark windows where someone inside was actually identifying people, and subsequently those people were arrested and some of them were detained. So these are people that knew us, that were amongst our midst. That's what confirms to us that there was that kind of physical monitoring as well. So that if the phone missed it, if the listening device missed it, there would be a human element within that surveillance coordination activity. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Now, at paragraph 70, and we'll come back again, I just want to highlight that at paragraph 70, you state that what you described in relation to the surveillance and intimidation has been confirmed by security officials. You also reference a sworn statement by J.H.W.F. Wilkins, acknowledging that both you and Matthew were subjects of extensive monitoring. I would like to take you to his statement, which is marked MTG3, my lady, and it is found on page 179 of this bundle. Now, my lady, it is in Afrikaans, but Mr. Goniwe is quite fluent in Afrikaans, or at least he can read and understand. So, paragraph 4 is relevant. No, 3 is just totally. Could you read out paragraph 4 and then tell the court your understanding of paragraph 4? That would be on page 180.
Paragraph 4.
Before we go there, I'm sorry. Could you confirm the date on which this affidavit is deposed to, and also just the name underneath it for purposes of the record? So you'll find that on page 181, where the Commissioner of Oath stamp is.
Yes.
It's the penultimate line of the stamp, or rather, no, it's not the penultimate, so it's the third line from the bottom. Towards the right, you'll find the date. It's quite small, but...
Yes. It's the 24th of June, 1993.
That's correct. And could you confirm the name that appears below the signature?
Below the signature is J.H.W.F. Wilkins.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Now let's go to paragraph 4. That will be on page 180 of this bundle.
Die persoon leer van Bulelo Goniwe wat te Port Elizabeth BGO is, sou ook tesame met al die ander persoonleiers tydens die algemene vernietiging van leers in April, Mei 1992 vernietig gewees het. Ek het geen onafhanklike herinnering van die vernietiging van die spesifieke leer nie, maar weet dat alle personeelleers en oorblywende organisasieleers tydens die April-Mei maand 1992 vernietig is. Sodanige vernietiging is deur my persoonlik uitgevoer nadat ek mondelinge opdrag in die voorband vanaf kolonel D. Hatting ontvang het. Sover my kennis strek, is soortgelyke opdragte landwyd uitgereik.
Are you able to tell the court what that means, or you are? Okay. Please, could you give the court your understanding of what you just read?
This confirms what I've been saying, that we were being monitored and that there were files with our name. In this paragraph, it is confirmed that my file, together with other files of persons that were being surveilled and organizations, per instruction from Colonel D. Hatting, were destroyed. That's my understanding.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. So we're back at 59, but you've already dealt with the hillock from where you were surveilled by special branch agents. And in fact, I think you also mentioned that we did conduct an inspection in loco, and the court was able to attend that site and was able to view the distance and get the vantage point that the security branch officials would enjoy. So I don't think there's a need to deal with that again. What we haven't dealt with is paragraph 60. Paragraph 60, you talk about a formal process of record creation. Could you describe or explain to the court what you mean by that and your experience and how, you experienced that?
It is, my lady, when they start following you, they would pick you up, take photos of you from all angles, from the side, from the top, from the back, and so on. And also instruct you to write over and over again a sentence that say, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. So you would write a full page on this in small letters, cursive writing, write in the capital letters, almost for a long time. It was quite clear this was to see your writing, and also could be able to, by description to anyone, to be able to identify you. That is the experience we had.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. At paragraph 60, is it 66? Yeah. At paragraph 60, you make reference to unknown cars arriving at your house, immediately followed by a visit from State Security Branch.
So what paragraph are you dealing with?
This would be at paragraph 60. No, I'm sorry, Malika. I think it's paragraph 62. I apologize, it's 62. 62. I'm sorry, my lady.
All right,
62.
okay.
So unexpected vehicles that would arrive at your home and immediately followed by a visit from State Security Branch members.
That my lady, is mentioned because it means that if someone passed there and actually observed some kind of an activity, they would then phone and give that information there. Then soon thereafter, then you'd have the security police vehicles that are clearly identifiable. So when you try to connect the dots, see, soon this car passed here, then thereafter, this is what happened. Because we would also place a few people outside if there was an activity as our pre-warning system. So we observed that pattern. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Goniwe, could you tell the court or explain to the court the effect that this round-the-clock surveillance that you have described and canvassed, what effect did that have on you? We're at about paragraph 63.
It angered you, my lady, to discover that your privacy was actually, what is the word now? to greater levels, monitored the right to security, which later became a constitutional right, was flagrantly disregarded. Then it made you quite unsure about what to do and what not to do, who to speak to, who not to speak to, and to what extent is that invasion of your privacy being conducted. So as you shiver to imagine what is it that landed in other people's ears that they were not supposed to hear. So it's a serious violation that even angers me to this day. It also makes you kind of paranoid and not being able to trust the motives of people easily. Always be very alert, and your patterns sleeping that becomes irregular. You hear the sound of a hippo meters away. Then you wake up and perhaps go and hide somewhere or something like that. So that the after effects of that go a long way with you. You become a not easily trusting person. You become distant because you're not trusting the humanity of people. People come here as friendly to pledge solidarity, but you'd have a question about their real motive behind. So that kind of invasion destroys your humanity and trust, and it's totally unwelcome. Thank you, your lady.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. At paragraph 66, you reference one of the most, as you describe, one of the most chilling episodes of state intimidation. Can you describe this episode to the court?
My lady, this is it was a clear sign to me that something drastic is going to happen. Unprecedented. That morning, early small hours, there were lights from the sky. There was a helicopter that was hovering at a very low level, and it was actually propagating a message that the people of the community must disregard Matthew and his activists, because Matthew was not providing them water, was not giving them any services, etc., etc. And they were also assuring them that they, as the security forces, were there to protect them, and they were there for as guarantors of their freedom, such that they would have to disregard the protocols, the organizational protocols that were being installed by Cradock. And I recall very well, we found out later that helicopter or plane, whatever it was, because the noise, I couldn't make a difference, belonged to one milk producer, a farmer there in Cradock. So it was an onslaught on a helpless community. I couldn't understand why people with all the resources in the world, guns and everything else, could prey on a defenseless community like that, and actually embark on such high level of desperation to shout a name of an individual in the manner they did, and the organization that the people trusted and followed almost religiously. So that's what happened. It's then that I'm saying that a lot of disturbance of people, many people were found to be at the wrong places at the wrong time. There were roadblocks that were set up in the strategic points. And inside the car, as I said, there was someone who actually was pointing at the people. Where some people were then shifted to one side, some others shifted to another side. The others were allowed to go, and the others were taken for interrogation. That was buttressed and reinforced, my lady, by armed soldiers that were walking in the streets, particularly in the squatter area that was there. It was quite a heavy onslaught on the community, and to this day, I do feel is one of the factors that really traumatized many people in our community. It was unheard of. It was never repeated again. That,
In the weeks preceding or leading up to the death of the Cradock four.
yes, my lady, that was before the actual killing of the Cradock four. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Buthelezi.
Thank you, my lady. So, in paragraph 69, you state that as a result of this surveillance, you were forced to adapt your methods by operating without written agendas, memorizing strategic plans by heart, scheduling meetings at dawn, and so forth. Would you say that those methods that you adapted were successful?
To a greater or lesser extent, my lady, but the disruption in terms of the flow of our operations was quite significant, because what legitimately made people to believe in the message of Cradock, we were assuring them that this is a legal activity. There's nothing that can be of consequence to you legally and otherwise. It's a simple thing of ratepayers coming together and dealing with and solving their own problems. Once there was that state intervention in the manner it did, it did influence the psychological standing of the community to a greater or lesser extent, as I said. But it did not succeed to totally dismantle our operations and hegemony, for that matter. Because apart from the actual meetings that had to take place during normal times for convenience purposes, so once you would convene a meeting of your street committee or area structures at 2 o'clock in the morning, and it must be whispered, it must be...
Yes, Mr. Konewe, the question was whether those strategies did work, where you rescheduled meetings to hold them at different times and such.
Yeah, that's a point, my leader, that I'm trying to make, that it managed to keep the organization afloat. It did not come to the intended consequence.
Thank you, my lady. Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. The next section we're going to deal with is titled Locations Where the Bodies Were Found and Witness Evidence. These occur from paragraph 76 to 86. We're not going to deal extensively with these paragraphs for the sake of just putting it in the record, because we did what I want to say is that I would like you, for the sake of your evidence, to simply read the name of the officer that you see, and I will guide you. This would be from paragraph 77 going on. The name of the officer, or start with the heading, which would be the particular member of the Cradock 4 that we're dealing with. And then under each paragraph, there'll be a particular officer and where they found this member or in what state they found this member. So I would just like you to read those two parts, so not the entire sentence. So for example, at paragraph 77, it would be Zintabele Ngalo, body of a man lying on his back in the bushes, approximately 200 meters away from his home. And we are dealing with Sparrow Mkonto.
Yes. So should I do Sparrow Mkondo also?
I've read that in, so go to 78.
Then Sicelo Mhlawuli, on the 29th of June 1985, Lieutenant Colonel Ignatius Michael Ferreira responded to a radio call. Upon arrival, he found the charred remains of a man whose right arm was severed below the elbow. Ferreira observed that the throat had been slit and clothing had melted into the body. Is that enough?
That's
Maledi?
fine. Let's go to paragraph 83. Who are we dealing with there? The names just above paragraph 83.
Matthew Goniwe and Fort Galata. On the 2nd July 1985, Johan Willem Stradom participated in the search located the remains of two individuals and pointed them out to Warrant Officer Els.
Of course, we know that he is the one who physically located the remains of Matthew Goniwe and Fort Galata.
That's correct.
Now,
Sorry, who is that, please, Buteleze?
this is where were you reading from? This would be Johan Willem Stradom.
Thank you.
Paragraph 83, my lady.
Yes, of
Thank you, my lady. We're going to deal with the next section, which is visits to the sites during the inspection loco. These appear at paragraphs 87 to 95 of your statement. Now, of course, as you know, and the court conducted an inspection loco during June this year, and in relation to each site, could you please give the court your account of what you observed and your recollection from having visited the sites on previous occasions, and whether you wish to record any discrepancies or disagreements? So we are at paragraph 88. And I believe, and you can read in the heading that precedes 88.
As Sparrow Mkondo, we, at the occasion of the ritual that we were doing to fetch their spirits, we were led to a place at Perseverance on the advice of Judy Chalmers. Judy Chalmers was part of the Black Sash people that we worked with together. And during that happening, this side were actively assisting with the families in establishing what really transpired. So we relied on her guidance. She took us to that spot at Perseverance. There seemed to be no dispute. Comes to Sicelo Mhlawuli, there again, Judy spotted to us the place that they've got in the body of Ubuscelo Mhlawuli, en route to that spot of Matthew and Fort, you take the left turn. And then Matthew Goniwe and Fort Kalata.
Sorry, Mr. Guniwe. All right, no, I'm sorry. We're still dealing with the area around Blue Water Bay, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, my apologies.
On the right turn,
Yeah.
away from, on the right from the where they were shown the body of Sicelo Mhlawuli was found, Judy intimated to us that at that time there were no buildings in that area. So he pointed the spot across where there were houses that were built, and we did the ritual at an adjacent spot right in front of what she pointed us to. We departed with the understanding that something would be done to mark those spots, even putting a stone with whitewash and so on, and that did not happen. So there are various views about where the bodies were actually found, and I'm not in a position to argue affirmatively, because my information also was given to me by somebody in the presence of other people, at least all of the families. I recall the Mhlawuli family, because their own ritualistic arrangements would not be part of a public. The younger brother of Putscelo went together with Sabanye or Landika Istuko Sabo, their clan, and they did their own private. In the Perseverance one, we're all together there, including this other spot, we're all together where the two bodies were found. So I'm not an authority, my lady, on the locations, because I was not physically there when they were identified.
Thank you, Mr. Guniwe. So you've dealt with So we are still no, this is we also visited the homestead, the Goniwe homestead, and during the inspection loco, you took the court to the area that was termed the kitchen cabinet, and you also identified the electricity post, where you gave evidence that Matthew Goniwe identified a so-called electrician who had a light complexion, whose complexion was too light to be an actual electrician, and where that pole was located.
Post office employee.
Oh, sorry, it's post office employee. Please, I beg your pardon, sorry. And so you were able to take the court and identify all of these locations. What we haven't spoken about yet is the N10. That's at paragraph 92 of your statement. Could you describe the circumstances and why we visited the N10 during the inspectio in loco?
In that spot, my lady, what happened, we were driving with Matthew and taking his wife to work. At that stage, Matthew had not acquired a driver's license, and I already had a driver's license, so he had a learner's driver's. so I had to be present. As we took the turn into N10, this car approached us and flickered the lights, and we stopped. Lieutenant Foshi alighted from his car and opened forcefully the door of the driver's seat and took Matthew by his shirt in the chest and actually pulled him out of the car. He was having his gun on his head, and he placed the firearm in Matthew's forehead and uttered the words that, "I am going to kill you." Then he said, "But Lieutenant, this is not a lawful thing to do." Then he retorted back to say, "What do you know about law?" Then he shoved him back, and no explanation, went back to his car, and he left.
Now, in the same paragraph, which is 92 that you're dealing with, you say that this particular incident happened around the same geography as the later abduction and of the Cradock 4. Is that
No, not at all. They're far apart.
Please, can you rectify this part of your
This one is, my lady,
statement?
is in Cradock. The bodies are in Port Elizabeth, in Gqeberha, so they are not related at all.
Thank you. My lady would just like to record that as part of his evidence to correct that statement there. The next topic we'll deal with is police intimidation and political threats. This spans over paragraphs 96 to 117 of your statement. Okay. Before I begin this section, my lady, I just wanted to check. It's about 7 minutes before. Shall I just run through before the lunch
Yes,
adjournment?
let's see how far we can
How far
go
we get. All right.
in that 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you, my lady. So, at paragraph 97, are you there, Mr. Goniwe?
Yeah.
And you're there, my lady?
Yes, of course.
Okay. At paragraph 97, you reference a brazen attempt at psychological domination through physical force. Can you explain the details of the incident to the court?
Isn't that
It's the same,
incident that is just recounted?
Yeah.
Is this the Fushia incident?
Yes, it's the
Oh,
same. Yeah.
and that, right. That is correct. It is the one.
There was open terror amongst activists by the security police. And these were done brazenly and with impunity. People would be picked up, beaten up, and returned back to their homes and so on. But as soon as Matthew came in with his multitude of connections and knowledge of legalities, then some kind of restraint was observed. And clearly, because of the elevation of issues, that if you did something, the next morning would be in the papers, and there were people strategically placed like Molly Blackburn, Di Bishop, and many others, who would be informed about what has happened within the narrow confines of the rotten legal system of apartheid. That would be exposed. So it served as a kind of a restraint to some level of free political activity. And from exchanges, even when we were stopped at roadblocks, there was some form of respect. Matthew was respected as a teacher and a prominent kind of community person, such respect that was never actually extended before to people. So, in a sense, the connections did, to a lesser or greater extent, insulate activists from the brazen state abuse that was experienced before. So there would be some consequence, no matter not far-reaching or so. Even the boldness after the pointing of the firearm, where we then went to the police station. I was a bit uneasy about it, but we went to the police station, we laid a charge against the official. So Matthew had that kind of an impact and drive. Hence, the police would be very careful for what they were doing, or the manner of speaking, and he would actually challenge anything that he felt within the framework of the law protected his rights and so on. So I would say that was not a usual thing. Even in instances where there was unrest and the police were there, probably firing tear gas and doing that kind of stuff, Matthew would boldly intervene and say, no, these people are not committing any unlawful acts. Stop what you are doing. Then I said, no, we will stop what we're doing, disperse these people. Then it would then give a directive that let us disperse, please go to your places. Then people would. So it then gave you this, that they had some level, some form of respect. That rubbed off as well to people like Gladwell Makaula, Fort Kalata. When they emerged in a scene, there would be that kind of a respect. So that he could do that in broad daylight send a very chilling message to me.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe.
Perhaps this would be an opportune time to adjourn for lunch. Let's adjourn for lunch until 2 o'clock. Okay, you are reminded that you are still under oath, Mr. Goniwe. Yes, Ms. Mutelezi, you can continue.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Ganiwe, we left off at paragraph 105, where you were going to, or rather where you introduce an event that occurred shortly before the killing of Matthew Goniwe, well, the Cradock 4. So could you please explain the details of this event to the court? Paragraph 105. Shortly, involving Major Eric Winter. Or is it Winter?
Prior to that, my lady,
Excuse me.
there was a young activist that was hotly pursued by the police, Madoda Jacobs, who was the president of COSAS at that time. He was the suspect in the killing of a policeman, and in discussion, we felt that they were going to brutalize him, because now everybody was quite agitated, because one of them had been killed. And we investigated with Madoda whether he really was involved in this thing, and it gave us the assurance that he was not involved. Then, in fear for his life, we agreed to encourage him to hand himself over to the police, in the naive hope that that would prevent his brutalization. Indeed, we accompanied him to the police station, but barely a few minutes, we were let in by an unsuspecting police officer. Right in front of our eyes, my daughter was stripped half naked and had a bloody mouth and was being actively assaulted and tortured. I remember that incident because those people were under the command of a certain Captain House, who got very irritated that we were allowed access to that torturing chamber. So finally, my daughter was never convicted of that murder. Indeed, what he told us, that he was not implicated, was correct. Then one afternoon, I was returning from work, and Matthew related to me a story that the new head of the security branch, Eric Venter, had paid him an unarranged visit right at our house. And in his observation, he described him as someone who has eyes of a killer, bloodshot kind of eyes. And during their talk, where he was introducing himself, that he is in charge of the Cradock situation now, and he's coming from West Africa, Southwest Africa, which is called Namibia now, and he's from Kufut. So we came to the conclusion that something serious is going to happen. That's showing the desperation again where he went on his own, unescorted by anybody, alone, and we were of the view that is sizing up this person that he ultimately we would then kill. Then he then spoke something that is very profound, that says that if this whole thing is about the ANC taking over the country, he had no problems with that. And we have seen that happen.
Who uttered those words?
Major Eric Vender.
All right.
But what he would never countenance would be a country run by communists. Mind you, my lady, this he was saying to someone who had just served a 4-year conviction, convicted under the suppression of the Communism Act. So, to us, that was a clear declaration of intent. That's what I can say, my lady, around that.
Thank you, Mr. Guniwe. At paragraph 107, you state that you came to believe this visit by Mr. Winter as a prelude to a planned elimination. Why do you say that? This is paragraph 107, yeah? My lady?
Yes.
Thank you.
My assessment, my lady, then was that Lieutenant Fauché was a kind of a very irritable person, and he was not as sophisticated sufficiently to deal in a decisive manner with that situation. He had been in Cradock for a number of years. Then the deployment of a major with that kind of a background through further investigation who was involved in killing of people in Southwest Africa, in Namibia, meant one message and one thing to us, that this thing has been escalated now to a very, very high level with some measurable determination to address it finally. So that was our assessment.
Thank you, Mr. Guniwe. In the same paragraph, the last sentence, you say that we were warned that a list existed and that our names were on it. Who, may I ask, oh, please give the court the details of who warned you and what you believe this list, the purpose of this list served or was. What was the purpose of the list?
People in close proximity were claiming that there are discussions taking place at those higher levels of, particularly these people that were in the parliament, Mrs. Molly Blackburn, at another level, Van Zyl Slabbert also visited Matthew. Others, like Sheena Duncan and everybody, were saying that there is a turn that the government has taken. So the whole systems were geared. There's a new system that was security management system that was put in operation for the sole purpose to actually decimate whatever revolutionary activity that was unfolding in the country. So those lists that we were told, they are lists that have been compiled. These were people that were regarded as subjects of elimination. That was our view.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. So in paragraph 108, you state that some had advised that Matthew Goniwe flee the country. Are these the same people who advised him to flee the country?
No, no, no. The advice for him to leave the country came within our own circles, from within our own ranks. The letter that arrived was from Lesotho, and it arrived coincidentally just a few months after Charles Ngagula left the country. And because of our network, which Charles was part of, we assumed that this letter might be coming from him. And we took it as a very serious sign. But when we were considering it, we left it to who it is addressed to then take a decision. Matthew felt that...
So to whom was the letter addressed?
To Matthew. Matthew felt that...
Just for context, what Mr. Goniwe is speaking to will appear further down below in the affidavit. I'm trying to locate the actual...
No, that's okay. If we'll get to it, it's
Oh,
okay. You can
okay.
carry on.
I'll probably skip it once we get there, but I'm just letting him canvass it for now, and then we'll skip it. But I'll highlight it that this is where it falls under. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Goniwe, please continue.
Thank you. So, my lady, he was of the view that if we lead the people into struggle, we must not abandon them in fear. That was his position. And later on, I did talk to Charles Ngagula about it to find out from him if indeed the letter came from him. What he told me was that when he skipped the country, he was interrogated by the intelligence of the ANC to state also in his own opinion who are the other people whose lives might be in danger. He then confirmed to me that he submitted Matthew's name as one person whose life was also in danger. So it presented us with a quite a difficult scenario here, because the subject of the warning was not complying. Because on the other side, we were taught as revolutionaries that you would save our lives as much as we can, as to prolong, our effectiveness in pursuit of the objectives of the national democratic struggle.
So are you in a position to indicate whether Mr. Ngabula confirmed having authored that letter or not? I think that...
My lady, what I'm intimating is that he confirmed that he gave a report to the intelligence of the ANC, and is of the view that warning, that letter emanated from that briefing
All right, no, I follow.
he gave.
Yes, Mr. Temizu.
Thank you. Thank you, my lady, and thank you, Mr. Goniwe. So, my lady, the next few paragraphs really canvass transcripts and documents that are already contained in the record and speak to that is up until paragraph 110, and speak to the structures within the security service and the constant surveillance of the Cradock 4. I don't think it's necessary for me to take Mr. Goniwe to those, so I'd like to skip through to okay. So before we get to paragraph 112, paragraph 111 seems to wait, am I doing something wrong? No. I think I'm going to skip that as well. I can't talk now, write a note. I'm gonna skip. I'm so tired, I told you. Okay. Mr. Goniwe, in the remaining paragraphs, a lot of which you've covered, is there anything up until paragraph 117? Is there anything there that you would like to speak to? At 111, you speak to the assassination of the PEPCO members in May 1985. You've already noted how you, as a result of that, you avoided traveling at night, you never shared the same vehicle. You've spoken to that to some extent. What did you write? I know it's fine. I've dealt with it, yeah. Is there anything? Okay, you checking? If not, I can move you on to the next section. You've dealt with Commander Fashia, etc. Okay, we're going back here. Okay, I'm going to take you to detention, solitary confinement, and repression. That's at 118. So you've already dealt to some extent with the contents of these paragraphs, particularly your arrest in 1984 and the circumstances of your solitary confinement. So, you also detail your arrest in 1985, but that was subsequent to the deaths of the Cradock 4. Okay, so let's move to paragraph 129. 129 to 157, you deal with the assassinations of the Cradock 4. I believe you've already spoken to the fact that the killing of the PEPCO 3 gave you a sign that there was a shift. I think you described it as a shift, and that the authorities were planning something sinister. I think you've canvassed that. Is there anything more you'd like to say to that? Or we could move on.
Yes, about the PEPCO tree, my lady. There's an intrinsic link of that event to the culmination of the murder of the Cradock 4. Because the connection being that we were involved in strategic sessions with the PEPCO tree about the future of the civic movement. as well as the challenges that it confronted at that time. So I did earlier indicate also only a few weeks before Ashe was caught up in Port Elizabeth Airport, it did arrive in Cradock, sneaked in with some banned literature that were actually discussion papers of a number of things, Msebenzi, publication, Sichaba, and so on and so on. And his mission in to Lesotho was to go and sharply raise the dire need for resources for the effective work implementation of the civic organization. We had met earlier at Grahamstown together with Cradock, that's the civic organization there, and we expressed there a feeling that it was time for us to set up a national civic structure. So Washe was on consultation around those issues. So in May, I think it was the 8th, when that misfortune befell, it also raised it sharply that something confirmed that it is being planned, only to learn later that actually they were murdered in Cradock. Certainly, it sent that chilling message to ourselves that something serious was in the offering. That is the reason why we did deliberate to say that let us avoid being in the same vehicle. Traveling at night must be avoided at all costs, because we were very, very much agitated by that incident of the Pepco tree. So barely a few days thereafter, on the 27th of June, our fears were confirmed. That is the intrinsic link, because we suspect that, we do suspect that this whole thing was not a grab and smash thing. I don't think it was a grab and smash thing. There must have been severe torturing that took place. It's unimaginable, my lady, that well sought after people like this would just be caught at a roadblock and be killed instantly. I can't imagine that possible. To the extent that I even doubt the 27th, that is the day that all of them were killed. I have doubts, serious doubts. Because if you look at the trend, even where the bodies were found ultimately, there's one affidavit there that says there were no car tracks, there was nothing. There was no sign of a scuffle or anything. That leads me to only one conclusion, that those bodies were dumped in those spots that we got them. So when Ashe them were taken in and brutalized in the manner that they did, there might have been some form of a disclosure, because human endurance under torture runs to a particular level, whereby you get into a scenario where you reveal what you know.
Okay, thank you for your insights in that regard, but unfortunately we don't know the real facts around that.
Yes, that's true. That's true, my lady.
Yes,
I'm just
Mr.
postulating.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. At this point, I'm going to the beginning of paragraph 131, and I would like to confirm with the witness that the first two sentences appearing there are in fact drafting notes, which somehow made their way into the final draft. And I would like to confirm with Mr. Goniwe that they should be removed or struck from this affidavit.
I concur, my lady.
So are the first two sentences of paragraph 131? All right.
Thank you, my lady.
I hope we've all noted that regarding the statement. Thank you.
Okay. From paragraphs 132 to 135, you deal with the effects of Matthew Goniwe's death on you, the movement, and his late daughter. Is there anything from these three paragraphs that you would like to emphasize or elaborate on? That's 132 to 135.
It is, my lady, as stated there, that Matthew was more than a figurehead. He was an architect of our structures. So he literally educated us, all of us. He moved us, I can say, from political consciousness level to political commitment and even readiness to give our lives to it. So, in a sense, it was a foundational removal of a foundational pillar with the consequences, devastating consequences that it did. And that penetrated the most intimate spaces of his family. His daughter was very young at that time, was brutally traumatized by the images she saw of the inquest proceedings, particularly the footage of the charred bodies. That, combined with unresolved grief of her father's assassination, led to what we can only describe as a psychological break. Her demeanor changed completely, entirely. She became emotionally distant, unresponsive, and seemingly frozen in time. From that point forward, she would only respond when spoken to directly, and otherwise sat in silence. Still and disconnected, like a statue. The psychological dislocation never healed. She later passed away, having never recovered from the shock and pain that followed the manner of her father's death. In the funeral, I mentioned, my lady, that we turned that grief into defiance. We're never to allow such a heinous act to go unnoticed. That is why we beat the bullet from defiantly celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Freedom Charter to the actual unbanning of the African National Congress and the South African Communist Party in their funeral. That was an outpour of grief that led to the declaration of the state of emergency. I may then just reflect a bit on the state of his son, Nyaniso. Nyaniso stayed with the family for a long time. There is another daughter. Her name is Vuyokazi Nkukwana. She's a child of Matthew. The two of them also suffer severe signs of trauma, hearing what transpired on a daily basis. It really breaks my heart that as their elder brother, I'm powerless to help and protect them. That's what I want to place on record. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. So, Mr. Goniwe, you've canvassed your earlier arrest and detention in 84. You were again arrested in 85, shortly after the deaths of the Cradock Four. Can you tell the court briefly the circumstances around your arrest and why you believe you were arrested? This is at paragraph 136, my lady.
That, my lady, I regard as the highest form of insensitivity, because for the past days, since the 27th of June 1985, we're running around handling a situation that was beyond our capabilities. Planning a burial of 4 people that we have lived closely with. Barely 2 days after having buried them. Particularly in my context, whereby I would have to coordinate the rituals and make some critical follow-ups that were never made. Because these things in our family are entrusted with me. For example, we don't know even today where is Matthew's car. That is a historical artifact that would keep his memory and sacrifice forever. But because I was locked up and living a traumatized person in the form of my younger mother, Nyami, to deal with these matters on her own, to me, That was the most devastating. I had imagined that,
Are you okay to carry on, Mr. Kodwe?
Yes,
Or should
I'm
we
okay.
take- All right.
even a state that was declared by the United Nations as a crime against humanity would at least have the decency to allow us the space to mourn. Nothing of the sort happened. We picked up and locked up, only to be released in February the following year. If I may proceed, we stop it there.
You can proceed.
Then that was a reprieve, short, because few months down the line, the state of emergency was renewed. I tried to hide for a few weeks, but was forced to emerge when one of our sons and daughters in Cradock, Makaya Ngalo, was ambushed on an MK mission on his way to East London. Then I had to go and oversee the funeral preparations. I was picked up at the church at the service of his burial and locked on an isolated police station alone. My family didn't know where I was. That was 26 July 1986. The first visit I got from the family was in January 1987. And here, the intention was not to prevent crime, but I think it was very vengeful. And it was meant to break me as a person. So, around about February that same year, I was moved to St. Albans, where the other detainees were. Even there, because the state of emergency had to be renewed periodically, the period for which the state of emergency was declared would expire. Hopes would be raised that we are going home. But right there in the prison precincts, the new declaration orders would be read to us. So that stretched up to 1990. That's when we were finally released, just a few weeks from the release of Nelson Mandela and the unbanning of the ANC on the 11th of February. So, that is the context of my experience of detentions, in summary.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. This is various memoranda, internal security communications, that he says targeted the Cradock 4 and neutralized the effective black rural leadership. These are memoranda and documents that Mr. Goniwe, of course, only got to review at a later stage, and they already form part of the record or the exhibits. These also include telephonic conversations between Mr. Goniwe and Matthew the night before the killing of the Cradock Four. But these are already in the record. I don't know if you would like to speak to the events of that night telephonically, but I think they don't appear, then they're not in the affidavit, but they're included as annexures, or referenced rather, so we can skip that part and move. The next bit I would like to deal with. Can you please tell the court the effects of the deaths of the Cradock Four on the Cradock structures? Briefly. You've dealt with the effects of their deaths on you personally and family members. Could you also deal with the effects of their deaths in relation to the Cradock structures that they assisted in founding?
My lady, the effect of the assassinations, well, our structures were severely disrupted. The leadership had been struck down. Many senior activists and effective activists were detained. Others went into hiding. So the people were left leaderless, the flock unshepherded. I omitted to mention another capable comrade who was the chairperson of Cradock, Comrade Mzumkulu Zenzile. They were left behind, but they themselves could not do work in any effective way because these structures collapsed, literally replicated. They were replicated with, they put that system, security management system, replicated the very same street coordination, area coordination, local coordination, and communication. That was the amount of disruption that occurred in our structures. And the impact of that is felt even today in the democratic South Africa. Had the structures we created, had they been institutionalized, I firmly believe, my lady, the chaos, the crime, the gender-based violence, the enduring poverty, unemployment, and many of the problems that confront our society today would have at least been halved. So that act of destroying what was built by superior intellectual power, hard work, and sweat, dismantled only for the purpose of sustaining a system that has been denounced as a crime against humanity by criminals in suits and ties themselves was a huge setback, adding salt to injury of the assassination of visionary, ethical, and capable leaders, as exemplified by Matthew, Ford, Stella, and Sparrow.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Mr. Goniwe, I referred you earlier to Annexure MTG 2, which is titled Lessons Learned from Past Revolutionary Wars. I asked you to read the last sentence on page 40. No, I'm not referring to you. I'm just jogging your memory because there's a follow-up question I want to ask you. So I'm going to read it quickly just to jog your memory. It says the basic element, it's titled Lessons Learned from Past Revolutionary Wars. The basic element of a revolutionary war is political infiltration through the weak spots of a state's social structure. Victory can be obtained by a government only by recapturing the support of the masses and the complete destruction of that organization and the eradication of its influence upon the people. Would you say that the security branches were successful in achieving this objective that I just read from Lessons from the Past, vis-a-vis the killings of the Cradock 4, of course?
My view, my lady, is that freedom is a fundamental law of nature. When there is an oppressive situation, no matter what you do, in the final end, freedom will prevail. Yes, it was a tangible setback, but it's a setback that propelled the negotiated settlement. Had the negotiated settlement not been in the offering in 1990, I am convinced that we would have regrouped and we would have reproduced many more Matthew Goniwes, many more Fort Kalatas, many more Sparrow Condos, and many more Spelum South. That would propel the speed of liberation. So it was a serious setback, but would never have succeeded in the final annihilation of the freedom struggle and the quest of the people of South Africa to be liberated. It never achieved its intentions.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. Mr. Goniwe, the next section, I think you've touched on, well, let me start by reading it out, referring to it. It regards your personal reflections. 4. In part, you've mentioned each at various places in your affidavit, but from paragraph 158 to 161, you speak to your reflections on each of these members, and to the extent that you haven't covered these paragraphs, you could say a few words on it, or else we could move on.
Yes, I did acknowledge the role of Sparrow, our elder brother, who we referred fondly to as Butpira, was a no-nonsense guy, no-nonsense activist. Very straight, highly disciplined, and loyal to the end. He and Scelo, when I look from the reports of the state of their bodies, allow anyone to assault them. That his arm was cut from his body leads me to only one conclusion, that he fought back. Similar to Sparrow. Sparrow would never allow someone to violate him in the manner I sense that at the mercy of their captors was the order of the ordeal. So I need just to add that about Sparrow, and also acknowledge that in our business, as people who were working and sometimes fought was out of Cradock, he's the one who was a consistent pillar of strength to the work that Matthew was doing. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goniwe. The next section of your affidavit relates to the impact of the family, on the family, I beg your pardon, and intergenerational trauma that resulted from the deaths of the Cradock 4 and Matthew Goniwe. And so the impact on Matthew Goniwe's family, how you had to step in. You've, I think, touched already on his daughter and son and other daughter. So these are from paragraphs 162 to 175. So you've touched on some of them, but if there is something you would like to pause on.
I would like my lady to emphasize that it shattered the structure of the family, and its effects have reverberated across generations. Matthew was the youngest of our fathers, and he is the one who would have had to continue the family tradition. And transmittance of the family values and treasures to the current generation that left that gap gaping open. We, as a first generation, are now confronted with a situation of grappling without guidance with issues that required their wisdom. Matthew had a steady income that contributed to the well-being not of only his immediate family, but of the whole family. He carried the weight of financial and emotional responsibility of his wife, his children, and many members of our extended family, including myself. He was instrumental in supporting my education and upbringing. His earnings uplifted our household and to our living conditions. I've made reference to a cramped house that we stayed in and how they collectively collaborated as brothers. Buy a vehicle in which he would be killed, and as I stated, that vehicle has never been returned. His children and wife were left in a state of emotional disarray.